how are we today? This reminds me. Boop. Right. Time for some more Pillars of Eternity. Bishty bashty boshty. Load Drogosin stream save. Where did I get to last night? Because I know I streamed last night a bit. I did a I don't know, like a 4-hour stream. Just shy of 4 hours, baby. And I was feeling a bit, drained from doing 7.5 hours on my feet at work. So it's Saturday. I'm rested, well rested, and yeah, all good in the hood. Looks like the game's taking its sweet time loading, but there we go. Sorts itself out in the end. Alright, oh that's right. So on last night's stream, I cleared up the lighthouse. I actually didn't do the middle floor. I highly doubt the enemies are still going to be on the middle floor for me, but there may still be loot, so might be worth checking out. Selected correspondences of gift bringer Iden, something. Looks like it's just something to read. I'll take you. Evacuation notice. The notice is stiff with agent salt. The David reinforcements advancing immediately. Advancing. Immediate evacuation of Andra's gift by order of Duke Hadret. And Lighthouse Tower key. Oh, which would have been for this door, but I picked the lock and went up anyway. Okay. That makes sense. My apologies, guys. I am not sick anymore, but my nose is being stubborn. But if it becomes too much of an issue for me, i.e. I have to keep blowing my nose and it doesn't calm down soon, I will go and take some medication that will, well, a couple of pills or something that will dry up my nose. Or at least they should. Carved into the post is the name Merewith and a series of notches labelled with numbers. The lowest notch reads 4 and the highest notch reads 17. Ah. The compounds and fluids in these bottles have separated into distinct layers. Alright, well. Got the loot from the middle floor at least. Didn't have to fight any meanies. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Saturday. Like I said, I woke up actually late today, so like my stream I think is set to start at like 1. I think I've got it set to on the countdown in my channel info. 1 p.m. But I didn't wake up until gone 2. So like I was way out today. But it's one less thing for me to worry about in town is that lighthouse. So let's let's see what else. Oh, I need to find the chest for the ship guy. The guy down here whose captain's chest got stolen. No, this is the ship. What's on from here? Where would they take it? I've been to the Ramshackle house and it wasn't there. Trading company, maybe? Maybe one of these abandoned houses. Oh, let's go to the trading company. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, I'm gonna be back 2 seconds. I'm gonna pop a couple of these pills to fucking try and dry my nose up. So I don't have to keep blowing my goddamn nose. And then I'll be right back. Because I don't want to keep blowing my nose. You don't want to hear me blow my nose. And yeah, shenanigans. Okay. Ledrow has entered the building again. Alright. Let's save that. Let's duck inside here, see what we can find. Welcome to the Valian Trading Company.
How do you do?
A young woman stands behind the counter, watching you with quick, intelligent eyes. Welcome. This is your first visit to the Valian Trading Company, is it not? Please, let me know how I can assist you. Her tone is both professional and inquisitive. What is this place? The Valian Trading Company is an association of merchants from the Valian Republics. We oversee trade deals and negotiations on behalf of our merchants. She gestures toward the door on her right. This is our warehouse, where we store goods in transit. You have more business to discuss? Who are you? I am the assistant manager of this warehouse. Currently, I help Vazano run things, but I'll take over when he retires, or when the company bosses back home decide it's time for new management. She rolls her eyes. Farewell. A ship manifest listing the cargo of the Principally came in, I don't know. 400 shark skins, 20 blades of blackwood, and 6 dozen barrels of Ada ale. A man stands in the corner of the warehouse, directing traffic. Gems wink from the many rings on his fingers as he points and waves at the labourers. His silk clothes, though finely embroidered, aren't new. You notice a couple mended seams around the shoulders and a discreet patch on one elbow.
Hail, traveller.
When he sees you, he throws his arms wide in an expansive welcome. Greetings! You have come to the warehouse and headquarters of Valian Trading Company. He consults a pocket watch. Some of the gold filigree has chipped away. But you are late! I sent word to the expedition hall yesterday. This delivery cannot wait. He snaps the watch shut. Who was that feathered woman? Ah, you must mean Palgina? I don't fucking know. She's a paladin in the employ of the Valian embassy. He chuckles. She's a good soldier, but not so good at taking orders. Too hot a temper, I'm afraid. She seemed angry. He laughs again. That is no surprise. She's hot-headed. A woman in a brotherhood of paladins and touched by the gods in such an unusual way. Something else I can help you with? Or shall I return to my business? What's the delivery? He tugs at his beard. I must assume then that you are not from the company I contacted at the expedition hall. He waves a hand. But you are here, and they are not. It is a bag of bitter squash seeds, which are prized for their medicinal properties. Few merchants in Defiance Bay deal in them, but those who do know their value. Seems simple enough, why ask me? A frown distorts his meticulous goatee. My own couriers have been robbed and beaten these past weeks. It would seem that some of my competitors resent my success. In any case, you are not a known associate. You would be left alone. And if not, he shrugs and grins, you look like you could handle yourself. And as for your integrity, I suppose I will just have to trust you, as you will have to trust my assurances that you won't find a buyer outside of my contact. I'll do it. He clapped his hands together. Fuck's sake. Okay, my nose might still go a little bit, guys, but it should stop once these pills kick in. There. I'm gonna drop the tissue. Lovely. Well, minor success. It's down to one nostril. Anyway, I digress. He clapped his hands together. Excellent. Now deliver this package to a man named Gareth at the Goose and Fox in Copper Lane. He will know what to do with it. He slips a bag of pebbly seeds into your hand. Return to me when you're done, and I shall see to your payment.
Gods keep you.
Rosano checks his battered pocket watch. Better deliver that package, no? Business such as this is best concluded quickly. Tell me about what you do here. I am a merchant from Ansens, the fairest of the Valian republics. Here in Defiance Bay I run the Valian Trading Company. He gestures at the stacked crates. We ship cargo to and from the republics. We are part of the grandest mercantile organization in the world. Anything you can imagine, we can ship it. I read that slightly wrong, like in the way I said it, but you catch my drift. He grins. For a fee. I'd like to know more about the Mania Trading Company. We are a confederation of merchants and traders from the Republics. He looks proudly around the warehouse. We sell all manner of goods and equipment, and for years we've enjoyed fruitful contracts with many shops, inns, and armourers throughout Defiance Bay. His smile flickers. Is something wrong? It is nothing, he waves a hand. Only that competition's grown especially fierce in recent months, but I suppose this is to be expected given the legacy, as the locals call it. Alright, let's go deliver these seeds, folks. And what do you want to bet that someone clocks that I'm doing this and tries to beat me up? Even though I'm meant to be an unknown associate, like, not recognised as being a runner of goods and stuff. But we'll see. We'll see how it pans out. So Copper Lane is where I must go. I'll come back to the docks here and look for that chest, and once I've done this.
This elder of yours, he may have returned a drunk or an invalid.
Maybe. But the search for Persock is just as important as what I find.
Is that right? And what if you return empty-handed, eh?
I never return empty-handed.
Durance has been a bit of a dick on that one. Let's see. Goose and Fox. Yeah, looks like that's where I need to go. It's the only logical place. Of course, one could just look at the quest directory. Goose and Fox, yep. I need to talk to a man called Gareth. Let me just check something. A unique dagger can come out. Very slow. Oh, it's already got a fine cost there. Okay. But she doesn't have a unique dagger. What's the predatory do? Don't know.
I'm here.
Alright, well, let's save that. And in we go, folks. To find Gareth. And hopefully just finish this quest nice and easy. Unless, of course, he's being ambushed or something.
Absolutely.
Here, Gareth. Here, boy. Where are you? Oh, you're up here. A man skulks near the bar. He seems like he's trying to blend in with the wood paneling, and he watches the other patrons out of the corner of his eye. He gives you a quick nod as you approach. Rosano has a delivery for you. He glances around and snatches the pouch from you. Keep your voice down, will you? The Domenals have spies everywhere. Give me a sec, guys. All right. He tucks the pouch away. You tell Fasano this is the last time I'm buying from him. This is getting too dangerous for me. Did I just do something illegal? No? He grins weakly. Tell me what was in that pouch. Bitter squash seeds. They interrupt pregnancies, even though they're not exactly legal. Many folk nowadays prefer them to the risk of hollowborn. Or celibacy. He pulls a wry frown. Yeah, well, that's fine. What do the Domenals have to do with this? You have no idea, do you? Let's just say that the Domenals have exclusive rights to trade certain merchandise within the city. Visano likes to make some extra coin from time to time by dealing in the same merchandise, undercutting the competition, he says. Are we done? Yeah, we're done. I'll get out of here before. Of course. A woman swaggers in, her polished boots thwacking the floor with slow, deliberate steps. A crooked sneer warps her smooth face. Gareth, I'm hurt. You promised to buy only from me. What's a girl to think? Gareth bows, his knees knocking together. Please, my lady, I was just explaining that I don't do business with anyone else. Except this one last time, right? Dana crosses her arms and rocks back on her heels. There's always one more deal. Until you run out of credit, that is. Dana turns and regards you, looking you up and down. And just who are you? You don't exactly look like a seed dealer. Aloth glances at Gareth. I think that's a compliment. I will stay silent. You've got pluck, but don't try to hold out on me, especially not when I'm inclined to let you off the hook. Fasano put you up to this, didn't he? That old fool's on a sinking ship, and he's determined to drag anyone who gets close enough down with him. She eyes a trembling Gareth. Gareth here knew better, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. In fact, I'll also give you a chance to get even with the imbecile who's been playing us both. What do you say to kill him, Fasano? I'll decide his fate when I talk to him again. You better make up your mind quickly, because we're going to pay him his dues one way or another. Just make sure you stay out of our way. Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to stay in their way. Alright. Let's go say hi to Fasano again. And see what he has to say for himself. Ah, this would be the closest way to a map transition. Right, where was it I was going? Ondra's gift. Was I going to check the keep to see how long my construction has to go? Alright. Alright. Okay, oh great. So let's see. So 10 hours until my dungeons are done. Then I can start locking people up. Yes, don't be the rebel. Go your own way. Walk your own path. Be the one guy that says, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Uh-huh. Okay.
Good day to you.
We were able to deliver the package. If you told me the Domenals were after you, you could have saved us both a lot of trouble. Domenals were there. Visano's eyes fly open and he tugged at his beard. Was so careful, always following the Verlavita. They couldn't have known.
Well, well. Is this your last day among the living, Verzano?
Visano wrings his hands. Your timing is impeccable, telepath. I give up reading that fucking last name. The Domenals are after me. Please, you've got to stop them.
As if any of this were ever in my hands. The Republics considered your business worth protecting based on its success. That success depended on cooperation with the locals, like House Domenel. You've lost that. And the favor of the Dukes.
Do not interrupt.
Even if you get out of this alive, they're done with you. The Dukes have more pressing interest in Defiance Bay than rescuing one merchant who threw himself overboard.
Visano falls to his knees and clasps his hand together. Have mercy, Palladino. I don't stand a chance against the Domenals. He bites a trembling lip. I brought failure and shame on myself, but you can't mean to watch your countrymen die like a dog.
Verzano, Verzano. Why are you wasting your precious breath on me? My orders come through the ambassador, and through the ambassador from people you should be honored ever gave a moment's thought to whether you live or die. You don't seem like the sort to petition the gods to keep him out of hell. So why not cry mercy to the one person in this room with the power to grant it?
She turns her attention to you and raises her feathered eyebrows expectantly. I'm not mean. I have to be nice. I am honor bound even in real life to protect. Pelagina, I don't fucking know. I might have to look that up. The paladin drops her gaze and lightly shakes her head from side to side. Moments later, she turns her eyes to the ceiling in amused disbelief.
Vezzano, you have a saint looking out for you after all.
She strides across the room and takes the already nervous Vezzano's head in her feathered hands, a gesture that seems to hover in a dangerously narrow space between caressing and crushing.
Just don't come knocking on the embassy door. Understand?
Vezzano replies with a rapid, weak series of nods. Paladin nods back once and gives his face a light slap.
Do as you will. He's no longer my concern.
Dana saunters through the door, flanked by a squad of the men on foot soldiers. She lets her gloved hand rest on the hilt of her weapon. A sneer curdles on her face as she looks at you. It seems I was wrong to overlook your blunder. Rest assured, I'll never make the same mistake twice. He wipes the sheen from his forehead and looks around the warehouse with wide, fearful eyes of a hunted animal. I can't thank you enough, Emiko. Emiko? But this won't stop the Dominos for long. I've got to get out of here, and I recommend that you do too. He hands you his pistol and gives you a bag of coin with shaking hands. That's all I have after this ill-fated venture. Thank you again, and please look out for yourself. Oh, I gained an item, forgiveness. Ooh, yes, right. You want the book. Everything else can go in here. Ooh, level 3 spells. One I don't know. Console Halt's Draining Touch. And level 2 spell I don't know.
I'm here.
Alright, no level ups yet.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, what was the item that I got? Favor, forgiveness even. Unique pistol, two-handed. Speed, damage and 1, DR reduction. Let me check. Oh no, Kana's not here, is he? He's off doing stuff. I don't have a pistol user on this party, or gun user really. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna throw these in here anyway. Clear out some space.
I'm on the trail.
I can do that. That's settled. A simple test. That's settled.
Yes?
I can't move the screen. Why can't I move the screen? Hmm. Oh, there we go. That fixed it. Okay. Must be a bug or something. I think I might have to go to the Domenos household and just butcher them. If they come after me again, that's what I'm gonna do. Right. Ah, right. Oh, apparently the paladin's out here. Completely fucking missed her. Yep, there she is.
Ah, it's done then. Vetsano plays with fire and someone else always pays the price for it. Your charity is more than he deserves. Still, at least I don't have to deal with him anymore. For that, I'm grateful. Whether you intended to or not, you've done the Valian Republics a service today, ridding us of him. I work closely with the embassy to protect our interests, but lately I think our gaze has been too narrow. You clearly have pursuits of your own in the city, but I think we could help each other out. If you're interested in doing some work for us. Officially, I mean. We can go together and I'll introduce you to the ambassador.
That sounds fine. Let's go.
Good. Maybe I can finally do something more worthwhile than playing nanny to merchants. The embassy is up in First Fires, southwest of the Ducal Palace.
A paladin, eh? I really don't want to get rid of...
I will wait in the place of your strength.
I'm here.
Alright. No, not alright. Just need to find that fucking crate. First, we go in here. We're going to look in every house that we can go into. Or building.
I'm on the trail.
I was in here last night, weren't I? So, okay, safe to assume it's not in this building. I've got as much right to stand here as the guys going into that warehouse. They don't like what I got to say, they can go someplace else. Show him the dagger you found in Darren. This belonged to you. That's mine, alright? No one touches my dagger and lives. I'd like to see you try. Well, the dog got knocked out, but no one else did, so that's alright. Ooh, what's this? Wand. Ah. Another tome, so quick and all. Ah, 3 spells I didn't know on this one at all. Noxious Burst, I'll take it. Lengrath's Displaced Image. And Curse of Blackened Sight.
I'm here.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
I thought maybe they might have taken the crate, but apparently that was to avenge the spirit of the boy I found dead in the water on last night's stream. As you near... What about this one? Alright, fuck it. Reach out for the soul. You see a young man contort, screaming, strapped to a wooden table. Above him a machine crackles, tiny strikes of lightning caressing his emaciated frame. A trio of mages chant around him, eyes white, hands lifted in benediction of their agonized victim. It goes on for more time than you could say before the screams stop, replaced by hoarse, stabbing sobs and silence. A silver-haired woman enters, kissing him on his forehead, motherly hands soothing, cajoling. He quiet, unable to speak for screaming, and waits for a death he'll never see. You see a dark, foreboding room, heavy with incense smoke. 2 figures stand in the center of the room, performing some sort of ritual with slow, exact, deliberate motions. This man follows along with the actions of an older man, and it becomes obvious the older man is teaching the younger one how to perform the ritual. He calls out steps, corrects imperfections, and berates the young man when he missteps. Watching the younger man's motions, you know he seems to be intentionally making mistakes, but what he hopes to accomplish with this you can't discern. As the ritual continues, the master becomes more irritated with the young man. He walks over, leans in, and begins chastising him eye to eye. This appears to be what the young man was waiting for. The young man takes advantage of his master's distraction. Dropping the censer he is holding, he locks eyes with the older man, completely focused on his target. A wisp of energy leaps from the younger eyes to the older, and the master stands up, eyes now milky white, rocking unsteadily on his feet. The young man never breaks his gaze on the older, slowly circling him, almost seeming disappointed. He stops, toe to toe, and looks disdainfully into the blank eyes. "Is that it?" he whispers, staring his master down like a snake. "How did I ever think you had anything to offer me?" He blinks and twists his head to the side, turning heel and striding from the room. Bright blue mist flows from the master's eyes and mouth, wrapping sinuous tendrils around his body. It slides across his arms, working its way to his abdomen, down over his legs. The mist speeds up, moving faster as it circles the master's body, glowing brighter as it does. The speed increases until it no longer looks like mist, but a shimmering cocoon surrounding the old man's body. A faint humming buzz emanates from the mist, growing louder and more forceful by the second. The young man stops in the doorway, looking back at the older man, only a mild interest in his eyes. With a whoosh, the air around the master ignites, starting him on fire. The smell of his own burning flesh breaks him from his reverie, and a scream erupts from his lungs. The young man turns around again, unmoved, and walks away, leaving no one to hear his master's dying cry. Oof. Damn, this guy's soul was dark. But either way, they've nothing for me. Actually, you know what I didn't do? I didn't look for any hidden compartments. But I'll come back to this house if necessary. It's in the top
if
left.
your dukes ordered you to return home,
The safety of the Republics is being decided here. If I do what needs to be done, there'll be time enough to beg forgiveness when the dust settles.
you must do what you feel is best. I understand.
Although that house wasn't marked on the map, so... Let's take a look in this abandoned house, shall we?
Not a sound.
Yeah, it's not in here. What about...
Keeping an eye out.
See now what the flame has shown us?
Nice and quiet.
Maybe. A youngish elven man squints at you in surprise. You can't just barge into someone's home like this. Who do you think you are? Who are you? The elf who lives here. Now get out. What now? Okay. So he had nothing to say. Let's see what's in here. Well, not in there.
Quietly now.
I'm on the trail.
Oh, Oda's house it is. The woman looks like she hasn't slept in days. Her hair is a rat's nest of tangles, and her eyes are lined with shadows. She casts an anxious glance at the door. Her eyes widen, somewhere between hope and apprehension. Are you here about Darren? I found Darren. Thank the Sea Mother. Where is he? May want to sit down. Darren won't be coming back. Otter's mouth falls open, and she stares back in shock. My boy's dead? That can't be. What happened? Darren was defending one of the prostitutes from a couple of thugs. He was very brave, and you should be proud. She sobs and quickly brings a hand to her mouth. Her eyes are bright with tears. God, how could this make it any better? I would never have let my boy die for one of those women. And yet, she chokes into her sleeve. I can only pray the gods will be kinder to him in the next life. Maybe there's hope for one of my children. After several seconds, she closes her eyes and swallows. I suppose it's better to know the truth than to keep wondering. Thank you, at least, for bringing me answers. Here, take these. I've been saving several keepsakes for Darren one day. But he won't need them now, and I doubt I'll have another child to pass them on to.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Okay. Well, that was sad, but not what I was looking for. But I still haven't found...
Hey there. How is it you Eothasians stay so optimistic? The world has not given your kind much reason to hope.
You get to a certain point and you realize you got two options. You can go mad with grief and tear out all your hair and check yourself into the sanitarium, or you can wait for better days.
Well, feathers in my case. But I understand your point.
Not here. Let's look at the journal entry for it. This isn't it, but... let's see. All hands on deck. Marcelo has confided in me that Captain Fortuno's sea chest was stolen whilst he was distracted. Nothing specific. They're in Ondra's gift, but... Oh. You're making quite a name for yourself with the Domenons. Pity that it isn't the kind of impression you should be making. Okay. Remember I said if they attack me one more time, I'm gonna kill them.
At once.
That was one more time. So, before I leave this city today, I am going to kill the household of Domenol.
Be cautious. Be constant.
Okay.
Hail, traveler.
An old man paces the dock and looks out over the water. He's fussing over something large and round, which he constantly shifts from one hand to the other. You're not certain whether his wide-eyed, gape-mouthed expression marks surprise or fear. It seems he isn't either. You don't look like a guard. He examined you and your equipment more closely. Say, you wouldn't be interested in making some coppers, would you? He shows you the object in his hand. It's a large round opal with Engwithan runes carved into it. It glistens with his sweat. See the ship that went down over there? I've been looking for someone to help me recover some missing cargo. Right, before I continue this conversation, guys, I need to take a quick bio break. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. It's me again. We know. I am back, so let's just go. Alright. Let's see, what am I going to say? I'm going to say... Have you seen anyone come this way carrying a large chest? Come to think of it, I did. He points to the east. They went that way. Couldn't have gotten too far. Tell me more about this missing cargo. He licks his lips. We started in Cold Morn and we're making our way down the river, loading and unloading as we went. Business as usual. That's what exactly happened. He massages the opal in the clammy palm. When we reached Ina's Rest, we may have agreed to take on a few crates from some place called Clab, I don't know. A couple of the lads snuck a peek at the cargo, saw suits of armor and a broken scepter. He shrugs. Don't know why anyone would want a broken anything, but these animancers will buy dirty stockings if you say they came from the ruins. He closes his hand around the opal in a white-knuckled grip. We were almost to Defiance Bay when the screaming started. I've seen my share of barroom brawls, but this sounded different. I was topside with the captain, but he and the first mate went below decks to see what all the commotion was about. When they didn't come back, I looked into the hold. He shudders. I saw one of those suits of armour walking around all by itself. It was covered in blood. When it saw me, it started running for the hatch, so I closed it. He squeezes his eyes shut. So how did the ship get here? He rolls a stone between his hands. I'm just a deckhand, but I was the only one left. I piloted the ship as best I could, but I hit rocks as we were passing Brackenbury. I barely made it to Andre's gift before I had to jump overboard and swim for the docks. I'd given up on the cargo, not to mention the payday, when one of the lads pulled this up in his nets. He shows you the opal again. It's part of that scepter, from what I recall. There were 3 other pieces. And I'd bet you anything they're somewhere in the shallows too. If anyone could find them, there'd be profit to follow. I already found the missing pieces. His brittle eyebrows rise to a peak. You mean you got past those armoured monsters? I don't know how. He shakes his head. Listen, if you're willing, I'll give you this last piece. He holds up the opal. And the name of someone who'll buy it all. All I want is £200 for getting the cargo here. Sound fair? Yeah, I'll give him 200. No, you want £200 for locking the rest of the crew in the hold and sinking the ship. Look, he rubs the back of his sunburned neck. How about 100? I'm just trying to get by until the next job. Fair enough. He accepts your money and gives you the opal. It's still warm from his hands. You'll want to go to Brackenbury Sanitarium and find Nans. She'll know more about this artifact. I know for a fact she's bought them from our crew before. Okay. So he said heading east of here for the chest. East of here. But that's going to be the warehouse, isn't it? So it's not going to be in there. In here?
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Not in there. It's either the Salty Mast or somewhere along here. I'll go to the Salty Mast last. A hooded figure leans against a wall. When he notices you draw near, he stands upright and raises his hand to halt your approach. If you know the words, speak them and we can do business. If not, then we are done speaking. I apologize for the unpleasantries. I am Kern, the Midnight Merchant, as some would say. I deal in sensitive commodities. Precautions must be taken. Now, let us do business. Alright. So he deals in gems, basically. I can sell him shit. No, I'm gonna keep that. Have you seen anyone come this way carrying a large chest? That depends. If you come carrying copper, pay 200. They went south along the pier. South along the pier. Oh look, I found the chest. 3 fingers. I guess he's showing 3 fingers? I don't know. 4 people stand gathered around what appears to be a wooden chest. One of them, a grizzled and rough-looking character, looks up at you, then sneers. Took a wrong turn somewhere, did you? Best turn around and walk on. There's a sudden snapping sound from the direction of the chest, and a second smaller man lets out a frustrated groan. Damn it! That's the second block pick. He looks up at you and stills. Oh. Walder rolls his eyes and turns to you. You've walked down your last pier. Well, no. No, you've just engaged in your last fight.
That's not very helpful. Dead on.
Oh, hello.
Dead on.
I didn't realise there was a thug down there firing crossbow bolts or whatever. Right, well, that is there. I will go tell what's his face where to find it. Where's the ship? It's here, isn't it? So. I'm happy I found out what to do with that scepter that I found last night, or the pieces of.
Hail, traveler.
I found the chest, damn it. Can I pick it up? Is that a thing? This sea chest bears a large embossed sigil of a ship and the word Fortunero beneath it in gilded letters. It's held shut by a heavy brass padlock. Take the sea chest. Okay, now I'll run all the way down here to the ship. Just watch their progress on the map. I've got it in fast mode to speed this up. Here they are.
Hail, traveler.
Marcelo fidgets nervously. He grins hopefully at you, and like finding the captain's chest, here you are, contents intact. You did it! I mean, I knew you would, but... Oh, thank you, it's all here. You've saved my life, friend. Truly, I owe you one. Here, the week's wages, like I promised. No need for that, you keep it. Really? Then thank you again for all you've done. At least take this. I picked it up while we were in port in Adir as a good luck charm, but I want you to have it. I won't forget this. Oh, is my keep done, or has an event occurred? Ring finger. The hunt for Nidhen's remains proved difficult, as the Glenfathans lied incessantly to cover for those who were responsible, and Orlund Brishelgwyn helped Kana sort the truth out, eventually recovering every part of the dead murderer's body. Though the Glenfathans were more than willing to lie about what they had done, none of them turned violent when Kana and the Brishelgwyn confronted them, and Anamfath ordered the Brishelgwyn to bury the body in a new location that was less well travelled than the paths near Clavanrillag. Upon returning to Caed Nua, Kana realised that the Anamfath had never asked for Nidhen's ring finger to be returned. Alright. Nice. 3 hours until my dungeons are done. Alright. So as promised, I am now going to go beat the shit out of the Demenel household. At least I will once I've had some rest.
Well met, friend.
Lord Brugar, ruler from the north, has arrived at the stronghold. He hopes to get an audience with you concerning the local rebellion. Alright. I am still gonna go beat the shit out of the Demenels first. And then I'll go see what this lord wants. Oh, actually, doesn't that mean my dungeons are now done? Yes. So now I'm actually gonna get... I will get the... craft tool set up. That's going to be 2 days. Now, I believe they're in First Fires.
All these circling feet heading nowhere.
No. No, they're not. Copper Lane? No. Yes. No. No, Brackenberry. We'll do a bet it's Copper Lane.
So those feathers.
Nope, they're here.
That's a blessing of Helia?
So they say.
Well, that's lucky. Where I'm from, we see a feathered lady, we start worrying maybe her dad got frisky with his hens.
I guess you can always trust a farm boy's head to go there first.
Well met, friend.
I'm just here to loot the place and kill anyone in my way.
Lava.
Lava.
Easy peasy. I'm sure there probably are going to be tough enemies in this place, but they are not some of them.
A simple test. That's settled.
Yes?
Get Rick! Woo! Oh, she got splattered.
Certainly.
I shall be discreet.
Lavaru. Lavaru, beyond sea.
Slowly now.
Table is set with silver rimmed plates and golden candlesticks. Clearly, crime pays well. Not well enough to stop me, though.
Slow and silent.
I can do that. That's settled.
I'm here.
Well, it's the ground floor cleared out with relative ease.
Absolutely.
A simple test. That's settled.
I'm here.
Slow and silent.
Love.
Do that, do that.
Certainly.
What?
Development of Crucible Knight Part 2, Senior Ranks. Whoops.
I shall be discreet.
Lavaru, be on
The changing of the guard. What was that one? Well, I don't know, but they're doing my head in, so these guys are dying. Ooh, an exceptional rapier. Right, okay, so you can get that and that. 2 rings of protection. Okay.
At once.
You can trust me. A simple test.
Yes.
That's settled.
Oh my, I just got a diamond, didn't I? Can put Might 2 on an item now. Well, if I have the other
Yes.
ingredient that goes with it.
That's settled.
Any traps? No traps? Okay.
Yes?
Nice, nice. A fine stiletto.
Eyes open.
Yes?
Alright. Hopefully the medals will leave me alone now. I don't take kindly to people pestering me unnecessarily. In video games, that is. AI or otherwise. Okay. So, Raymond Manor, Chard Bowl. What does this guy want? Nothing. Okay, just another soul to touch.
Gods keep you.
A woman stands in the shade of the garden, muttering to herself. She's fixated on the pages of a large and well-worn tome, seemingly oblivious to the blooming flowers and the cool, fragrant breeze. She only looks up when your shadow crosses her page. Do you mind? I'm rather busy. What are you so busy with? She snaps her book shut. I'm studying soul attachment. We all know that souls move into people at birth and out of them at death, but we still have a lot of questions about what makes them stick, so to speak. What do you mean about making them stick? She brushes a stray lock from her forehead. Souls power bodies and give their tissues life, but only when they're firmly attached. It's separation that leads to a whole spate of soul-related ailments, including the Hollowborn. But if we understood how to reattach souls, we could end Wadewood's legacy, maybe even conquer death. She scratches behind her ear. That's the theory anyway. Unfortunately, I don't have all of the research I need to put it into practice. What exactly do you need? There's a manuscript called The Theorems of Pangram. It contains research from Pangram's experiments on detached souls. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries is rumoured to have a copy in the older archives. I have heard of this book, back in Salona I think, but never seen it. Many animancers speak of it with awe. The theorems could advance my research by leaps and bounds, but Grimda, the High Archivist, worships whale, which means she has some paradoxical views on sharing and restricting knowledge. And since she's not exactly a proponent of animancy, she tends to restrict the kinds of information that would be useful to me. Maybe she could be persuaded. You're welcome to try, but you wouldn't be the first. She sighs. Look at me spilling my troubles. It's kind of you to listen, but I should really get back to work. Anything else? I'll leave you alone. Farewell. I need to go find Nans, or Nan, or whatever the person's name is. Patient common after soul trauma. The animancer places a small stone upon the patient's forehead. A portion of his soul was recovered near his body. We use this stone as a vessel for transfer. Can you hear me, Oswin? The patient's eyes slowly open before a panicked, wild expression washes over him. Unfortunately, the extended dissociation has permanent side effects. The patient becomes more agitated, grunting and moaning as he tugs at his bonds. With further research, we're confident that we'll be able to rehabilitate patients like Oswin. Potions, Jesus. A well-maintained statue of a middle-aged man presides over the room, looking down unblinking over the bustle of harried academics pestered by the hopeful desperate. A strong warmth emanates from it that you could sense from across the room. There is a human soul stored beneath the stonework. You feel its attention turned toward you. It has been some time since a watcher graced these halls. His voice echoes deeply, rumbling the floor beneath you. I am envious of your natural insights, traveller. I can only imagine how it might have helped my work in life. Now, what is it that has brought you to my sanitarium? I'm curious as to how you've come to be in your present state. In the statue, you mean? Well, I was old, and it seemed wrong to me, a lifetime spent in pursuit of discovery, only to lose it all in death. Somewhere. Someday, I would wake up in a new body, none the wiser, and pursue a different course entirely. All that experience was wasted. Oh, whoops. Adding words where there aren't any. Bad habit. If we are ever to unearth the principles behind our existence, it will be in spite of our condition. Of that I am quite sure. To live on as part of something I helped build seemed to me a better legacy than what nature had in store. The transfer itself was quite simple, quite simple as our techniques go, and for that I am grateful. Playing with souls is far easier to accept when they are not your own. I do miss being able to take an active role in the scholarly efforts here. Now and again one of our animators will humour me and consult over some problem, but they are a jealous breed and are too often afraid to collaborate. If you are considering it yourself, I can tell you that it isn't for the easily bored. Oh well. Ah, there's Nans.
Good day, stranger.
An elderly woman peruses the shelves with a quickness and an energy that belie her age. I'm afraid I don't practice anymore, child. Too busy with my research. Imital sent me. He said you'd be interested in these scepter pieces we found. That chatty old fishwife's been blabbing about me, I see. She laughs and rolls her eyes. Never trust your secrets to a man with so much salt in his beard. Anyway, let's see what you've got. Nans examines the scepter, her eyes hooded by crinkled flesh. Imital told you true. I'll buy this. Unfortunately, a broken scepter isn't as valuable as he may have led you to believe. She steals a glance at your face, but her fingers tighten around the piece in her hands. I'll take it off you for 500. Perception is 14, so you seem a little too excited. What aren't you telling me? The corners of her mouth twitch upward. Sharper than Imital, I see. The truth is, I could repair the scepter. She runs her fingers along one of the patterned pieces. It's broken, sure enough, but the pieces themselves are in good condition. Making it whole again is a matter of alchemy. Expensive alchemy. I've got to soak the broken ends in a fiend's blood compound to reconnect them. Never mind the embalming work to restore the enchantment. She eyes you. I could do it to the tune of 1,800 pounds. Do I want a scepter? Yeah, why not? I expect you'll want to watch to see that your money's put to good use. Better get comfortable then. She lays out an array of powders, potions, and other obscure ingredients on her desk. After what feels like hours, she returns to the main hall with you and presents the scepter. Looking at it, you'd never know it had been broken in the first place. This may be the finest work I've ever done, if I may say so, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Examining a piece like that is a dream come true for someone in my field. She gazes at it wistfully. Take good care of it. Farewell. Intellect 2, huh? Put that on you. Oh shit! Hit the Windows key. My bad. I really need some Pilgrim's Crown. It's hindering my enchantment choices.
Absolutely.
All right.
Of all the things I've gotten used to, food was the hardest adjustment.
I quite agree. Deer wouldn't oversalt everything and drown it in sauce.
And they burn out all the flavor. Nothing like a raw deer flank.
I don't know about raw. But then, of course, we don't eat raw shit, do we? Not including fish, of course, sushi. Alien Embassy. That is in the central part, I believe.
Do you still have family living in the Deerwood, Eder?
No, not these days. Parents left the country years back during the purges. I think about him a lot.
It's a shame you and your family suffered, even after the Saints' War ended. You Deerwoodens certainly have a knack for holding on to old grudges.
On we go.
Ambassador Agosti, I would speak with you on a matter of some urgency and great importance.
Sighing, as I remember, some heavy burden. Vicent crosses his arms before replying. Palladino, if this is the same matter we previously discussed, I doubt I will be convinced any more easily.
Ambassador, I implore you to take a step back and look at this again.
Ambassador Agosti holds up his hand and cuts Palladino off in a strident tone. Enough, we're not going over Defiance Bays and Monsters again. The Duke's Bell's desires have not changed since the last time we spoke. If you haven't heard, word of your insubordination has already found the ears of the Duchessa of... I ain't got a fucking clue. And the Duke of Salona. There are murmurs that you cannot be trusted to fulfill your duties. Must this talk reach the shores of Spirento? If it makes any difference, Ambassador, I'm already looking into the matters Pelagino has spoken of. It doesn't, but it would be fortuitous if your investigation took you to Twin Elms, because that's where Pelagino needs to go.
What is it the Dukes need of me, Ambassador?
The Deerwood's instability has created an opportunity for us to take over their trade with Ir Glanfath. We will need to meet with the Glanfathans soon to secure upcoming trade agreements. The roads to Twin Elms can be dangerous, of course, but that's why you'll be our representative there.
It shall see, Ambassador. But won't this provoke the Deerwoodins? Their country is falling apart, and we're already dividing up their trade alliances.
Provoke them into what? Going to war? Through no fault of the Republic's, the Deerwood's armies have been deprived of an entire generation of soldiers. It would be foolish not to take advantage of the situation. If we don't, the Red Sevens will. Or the Reed Sevens. Ambassador, that's some cold compassion considering what these people have been through.
More than that, Ambassador, there is a practical element to consider. We may profit in the short term from this arrangement, but what of the future? The Deerwood won't forget, and the Republics may pay the price for it.
The Ambassador sighs. Well, not the Duke's, Pelagino. It's their decision and our job to carry out the orders. It's not like they're asking you to assassinate someone. Pelagino raises an eyebrow and clenches her jaw, but remains silent. Pelagino, he shakes his head. Go to Twin Elms, speak to the Anomenfath. Impress upon her the instability of the Deerwood and reassure her of the Valian Republic's desire to open safe trade.
Of course, Ambassador.
After a long uncomfortable pause, the Ambassador nods and smiles paternally. He then looks to you. I know you planned on investigating this crisis together, but I hope you understand Pelagino's responsibilities. I understand, but we're still going to investigate it, responsibilities or not. Vicent bristles and turns to Pelagino. Will the Dukes need to hear more about Pelagino Mesre's wild adventures? I don't know.
Of course not.
I have trouble with these weird fucking
I will
words.
attend to the Anomenfath as soon as I am able to travel to Twin Elms.
Good. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Could have gone better. Could have gone worse. I appreciate that you stood up for me, but it's hard to persuade the Ambassador to go against the Duke's orders.
I know you're right, Pelagino. We may find a way for you to fulfill your obligations while looking into what's really going on around here. Don't worry.
Enough wisdom for both of us. We just need to find out how to get to Twin Elms before the Ambassador loses his patience.
She pauses in thought. Still, I fear that making this deal with the Glanfathans will further weaken the Deerwood and make trouble for the Republics in the years to come. Follow your heart. Do what you believe will be best for the Republic.
I wish I knew.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? Let's go to Caed Nua. We'll see what this Lord wants. And then I'll worry about whatever quests there are left to do in the town.
Better indeed.
If I could have a moment of your time. I've heard a lot about you, Lord Drogosin. You seem like a man who knows how to get results. I have a matter I'd like to discuss with you, if you'll hear me out. I would urge caution, my lord. Lord Vinwagar has gained a reputation as a man of brutal temperament. Some would call him cruel. You hear the steward's soft-spoken words within your head. Very well, let's hear it. As the ruler of Caed Nora, I'm sure you've seen your share of troublemakers. People determined to tear you down so you can share in their misery. Oh, like the guy that's attacking me with an army when I am prepared to face him. Although in this case, he's just being a dick. And I'm the one on the right. But anyway. I've had a few incidents on my land, rabble-rousing peasants, you see. Shameful as it is, they've gotten somewhat out of hand, refusing to work, threatening my guards, spouting this nonsense about unfair treatment. It's not as if I don't pay them. In any case, I fear they won't back down. The situation will only get worse if I don't put an end to it. Things may get a little messy. I thought it best to consult you on the matter first. What exactly have these peasants been saying? Oh, the usual. Brinwagar folds his arms. That they don't enjoy the benefits of their labour, that they are treated too harshly, they're lazy, my lord, that's all. There is power in mercy, Lord Brinwagar. Treat the people fairly and they'll be happy to work for you. It seems a soft approach. Brinwagar's nose wrinkles. They'll think themselves victorious. Without people, you've nothing to rule over but rocks and trees. Try showing at least a little respect. Your stronghold has gained 1 prestige. I'll grant that there's some merit in what you say. Thank you, Lord Drogosin, for your time. I'll consider your words while I journey home. Hopefully I've helped his people a bit. I'm not in the habit of decapitating every bad ruler that I see. I'm gonna get my troops. Oh, nice. Right, so the Crucible are my special ones, regular troops, and I've got veterans. Battle of Yenwood, addendum added. Do another save.
Yes? I'm here.
Ooh, let's go look at my new dungeons. Well, first let's go look in the treasury and look at how empty it is. Ooh. Oh yeah, this is where the shit from my quests gets put. Nice. Little is known of the origins of this mystical amulet, but the markings around the embossed sun emblem suggest that it's centuries old. To most, it looks like any old piece of jewellery, but in the hands of an individual whose soul has an affinity for the magical arts, the amulet glows brightly and feels warm to the touch. No larger than an old coin, it hangs from a gold chain. I don't actually gain anything from that cloak, probably because of my ring. This cloak feels so light that it's easy to forget you're wearing it. The unmistakable scent of the sea breeze, cool and salty, wafts from the fabric. Though moth-eaten and ragged around the edges, it keeps the chill at bay. Its faded colours seem to blend in with its surroundings. You found this in the lighthouse of Andrew's Gift. The tower had been uninhabited for a century and a half, and its last occupant, the lighthouse keeper, supposedly died there when the Aedirians invaded. It was rumoured that her spirit haunted the tower still, watching for ships on the horizon. Well, they didn't do much with the art on the actual character model, did they? I don't need that on. Mind Lance. Not bad. Oh, whoops. Alright. To the dungeon, because I want to see what my new dungeons look like. Oh yeah.
How do you do?
Greetings, my lord. I'm here to maintain the cells for you. Should you take any prisoners in your travels, I'll make sure they are attended to as you see fit. Nobody in here right now, but I'm sure you'll change that soon enough. Okay, okay. I'll find out in 5 days and however many hours how that went.
Better indeed.
Yeah. Where do I want to go? I want to go. Let's look at my quest log, shall we? Explore the endless paths. Ondra's gift. Don't need to go to Ondra's gift. I've done everything there, I think. Got to be someone here that I can get help from. Let's go to First Fires. I haven't been in here yet. I haven't been in here yet. I haven't been in here. Alright, this guy probably talked to me. Nope. Oh, I guess I'll talk to them. Nope, not looking for news. Animality hearings. Most bright, Magran, transform us with your flame.
Hail, traveler.
The woman's head is bowed as her lips move in prayer. Just as you approach, you catch her glimpsing at the statue near her. She notices you and forces a smile. Praise be to Magran, and welcome to her temple. How may I be of service? You seem upset. What's wrong? Her shoulders slump. This is about the fires, isn't it? She puts a hand on your shoulder. They're just symbols. You can't put your faith in them. Only symbols? Is that why you're so distressed? No, She sighs with a hiss like a release of steam. I've kept them burning steadily for 15 years, but I haven't been able to conjure them for months now, and people need to see them more than ever these days. What does that mean? It's my devotions and prayers that keep them lit, but lately when I try to pray, all I can think about are the Hollowborn all over the city, the grieving families, the refugees. She shakes her head. How could Magran allow us to suffer like this? What strength do we gain from a soulless child? Durance grunts with disdain. What strength do we gain from adversity? From trial and test? The fires don't wither because she lacks in faith, they wither because she does not understand how to be faithful to a whore. A whore wants neither praise nor devotion. A whore wants to be compensated for her services, and Magran is paid and pleasured in sweat and struggle and pain. This mewling imbecile is unworthy of Magran's womanly heat. And this has shaken your faith? She nods, running her hands through her hair. But I believe Magran may be speaking to me again. She frowns and casts a quick glance in your direction. This will likely sound so far-fetched to someone like you. Lately, I've been seeing visions. A place in the wilderness with pools filled with sunbursts of colour. Strange falls that seem to rise to the heavens even while they splash into the earth. She raises her hands as if framing an image of a vision. Behind the falls is a cave, filled with fire and heat and danger, and some token of my goddess. I know there's something there, but where it is or how I'd get there, she shakes her head. I've been meaning to ask around at the expedition hall to see if anyone recognises the description. To be honest, though, I don't know what I'd do even if I found the place. Worthless like so many of Magran's flock, afraid of her god's tests. If Magran speaks to her, it is to hasten an end to a hypocrite's life, and this vision is surely a death trap for the weak. What's the significance of the sacred pyres? They symbolise Magran's power and guidance, and right now the people of Defiance Bay need to be assured of her presence. She crosses her arms, staring at the statue. Our neighbours in the Valian Republic see us as superstitious, but we're just sensitive to the signs and warnings of the gods. Something else? No, goodbye.
Gods keep you.
I'm looking for militia records from the time of Saints' War. So this guy still won't give them to me. So now I've got a perception. There is something peculiar about the records keeper's inflection. The differences are subtle, but it does not sound like any native Dealwoodin you've heard. Perception 19. As the records keeper gestures, you also notice faint scars on both his wrists where shackles once clasped. Those scars on your wrists, you were a prisoner. Was once, now I'm happily free to do my job, which for you, I'm afraid, means you'll have to seek your information elsewhere. Hey, the craft tool's done. Let's put something else on the table, shall we? Curio shop it is. Okay. So next we will go... Been there, done that. Oh, fuck it, let's go to this Wodika shit. Temple of Wodika.
Praise to the exiled queen. May her crown be restored and her justice prevail. come to pay your respects to the queen that was.
A ghost hovers in the middle of the ruin, reciting blessings and prayers. Even as the spirit's form shifts and twirls, it retains the face of an elderly man in robes that mark wealth and status. It turns to you. I was told I'd find the Temple of Rodica here.
And so you did. These savage colonists may have burned it down, but worship of the Oathbinder is alive and well. These stairs lead to the main sanctum.
What stairs?
These stairs, of course. The sanctum was always below ground, adjacent to the catacombs, so it wasn't destroyed by the fires.
Tell me where I'd find an entrance to these catacombs.
There are various entrances throughout Defiance Bay, but I dare say the easiest to reach is in Copper Lane. I haven't been to that part of town in ages, but as I recall, it's somewhere near the southern gate.
It's truly a pity to see what the locals have done to Rodica's house of worship. You know that you're a ghost, right?
I beg your pardon? Is this some sort of joke where you come from?
I'm serious. Just look at yourself.
A madhouse. That's what this town really needs.
Who are you?
Lord Ardwellen Rugfold III, and pleased to make your acquaintance. I came to the Deerwood on one of the first ships from Adia, and unlike the yokels and hut dwellers around here, I still keep to the old ways.
What are you doing?
Worshipping Woodica, the exiled queen and Oathbinder. I come every day to offer my devotion. I'd love nothing more than to book passage back to Adia, but it is my Emperor's wish that I serve in these barbaric lands. And so I do.
I'd like to know more about Rodica.
A queen among the gods. She oversees laws and oaths. Everything has a rightful place, and Woodica watches over them all. Of course, not everyone accepts this. Even among the other gods, her authority is questioned. But Woodica is also goddess of memory and vengeance, and she remembers. She'll remember every slight and trespass when she reclaims her throne.
Goodbye. As you regain awareness of what's happening around you, you realize that your head is in Pallegina's feathered hand. Her golden eyes are peering into your own as though she is trying to catch a glimpse of activity lurking in the depths. As she sees your eyes respond, she wobbles your head a little and gives you a light slap. Letting go and stepping back, she regards you with concern. Everything going all right in there?
Slowly now.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Copper Lane it is. Oh, what's this? Yeah. Right. Alexa, desk light 100.
Okay.
Let's see here. Southern Gate, right? Maybe it's here then. Yep, catacombs. As you approach the dead man, you can feel the faint traces of his soul lingering, a stunned uncertainty holding it in place. When you near, without warning, the soul hurries toward you, as though you were a solitary light in the dank gloom of this place come to usher it away. Its essence invades your consciousness. You're in a different body now, walking deeper into the catacombs, cloaked in a dark robe with a mask pulled over your face. You're following a familiar path along the canal, heading to a room built around a statue of a figure just wearing a robe much like yours. Others await, clothed in hoods and shadows. Ahead is another figure dressed like you, travelling in the same direction. You don't know his name, and that's how it's supposed to be. Out of the darkness, something monstrous grabs the other figure. You turn to flee, but find yourself face to face with a troll. The panic pounding through your brain is interrupted by razor-edged teeth and claws. You snap yourself out of dead man's memory. The corpse lies on the damp and grimy ground. His hood and mask are missing, and his clothes are shredded. So, trolls. Goody.
What? Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
I'm here.
Whew.
I shall be discreet.
What? That's settled.
Ta-da! Ooh, boots. Nasty tacky boots. Freeze, damage reduction bonus, and stealthy.
I'm here.
Slowly now.
What?
I'm here.
One second, guys. Yeah, what's up?
You fancy a mucky mixture?
No, I'll pass on the Lucky Mixture.
Alright, it's just me and Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just find them too oily. I just can't do them.
Okay.
Okay. So that, guys.
Poison.
Well, that was dumb of me.
Lava will be on seek.
Yes?
Whatever reason, I decided not to look for traps on that thing up there in that other room that poisoned me.
Laying low.
Stand together! Stand together!
Dead on.
And what does the flame reveal?
Lava will be on. Lava will be on.
Dead on.
Stand together!
Oh, someone leveled up.
Here's a lesson to be taught.
Dead on.
What?
A monk got knocked out apparently. But that's irrelevant.
I'm here.
Oh, a monk leveled up. Very fucking nice. Well, let's do that level up first before we continue. Crucible of Suffering. Ah, okay. Duality of Mortal Presence. Grants a duality of mortal presence, deflection, modal, speed. Allow him or her to switch between a bonus to deflection and a bonus to all other defenses. Effect: use a +8 deflection. Grants duality of other defenses. Modal effect plus 8 all defenders except deflection. Okay. The long pain. Summon weapon. Long pain fists. The monk becomes capable of projecting forces from his or her fists, inflicting damage at long range. Generates a shockwave around the monk each time he or she gains a wound, inflicting small amount of damage to and possibly calling an interrupt on all enemies in the area of effect. Duality of agony. You know what? I'm going to do duality of mortal presence for that extra deflection bonus, and my unarmed just went up. So I now do 17 to 22, which is like 2 more points higher.
I'm here.
Let's see. Dodge. It is defined by a character class, level, external protection may also be effects. Okay. I know my reflex is pretty damn good.
Yes?
What? Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
I'm here.
I feel weak.
Hey, Dance leveled up. Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna put his mechanics up.
I'm here.
Now this I haven't seen before.
Save. A lone figure in a tattered robe shuffles across the chamber, muttering under its breath. As you approach, the figure halts and swivels its head toward you. Its haggard visage is a labyrinth of wrinkles and sores overgrown by a moss-like beard. What's this? Who disturbs Hedek's work? Its voice rattles and gurgles like that of a drowning man. What are you doing down here? Research, a hodgepodge of animancy and necromancy. I have peace and quiet as well as an abundant supply of subjects. If there's nothing else, be on your way. What are those creatures behind you? Just a few personal projects. Sorry souls stuck in their mortal shells. Their flesh is as dead as mine, though their minds are not as well maintained. They flock to me like worms to drakes. They're not half as intelligent, but... He watches as one stumbles into a desk. They serve for amusement. I was just exploring the catacombs. The finger aims a gnarled finger at the door. Then go, and thank your gods I'm not hungry. You're not doing any harm down here, I guess.
Damn it! We gotta take better care of Aloth.
I'm here.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Really must be more careful. I'm so blasé about just running through and not worrying about traps. Well, that's that part of the catacombs done.
Slow and silent.
Scroll of insect swarm. Alright, so that's the left side done, maybe?
Lava will be on seek.
Not a sound. I'm here.
Laying low.
I'll go into that room in a minute. I just want to explore the outside first. Looks like it might open up here, potentially.
I can do that. That's settled.
Stand together. Lava.
Oh look, a dank spore.
Lava will be on.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves. And what does the flame reveal? Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
Fine scale armor, I will take it.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
Didn't I already loot that? I'm pretty sure I just looted that. But it's still showing up as blue. I must have not looted it.
Yes.
Alright, let's go open this door and then we'll go down these stairs. Yawn. This small Orlan man appears to have pulled together some crates and scraps of cloth to make a rather sorry looking little camp. The thick fur on his limbs is matted and his clothing smeared with blackening grime. He looks startled as you enter, his eyes widening in alarm.
Greetings.
After a moment, however, he smiles weakly. Hello there. Wasn't expecting any visitors down in these parts. He glances around the dim room. What are you doing down here? Ian grimaces. I've been a little down on my luck lately. Didn't have anywhere to stay, so I thought I'd come down here. Nobody like pokes around in the catacombs much. Not until you, anyway. Really? Because the catacombs seem more like the place you go when you want to disappear. Euron looks around at the dingy chamber and nods slowly, expression pained. Yeah, I guess that's plain enough to see. Euron sighs heavily. Very well, it's true. I've been hiding from the knights down here, but it isn't what you think. He ducked his head. It was an accident. It's been hard for me here in Defiance Bay. I suppose I thought if I got involved in city business, if I made the right friends, it would get easier in time. And it did, really. I made a name for myself. A place. People actually listen to me when I talk. Well, they used to. People can get very passionate about these things. We were discussing, I think it was shipping agreements, of all the things to fight over. But this one night, this man, he got very angry. I think maybe he'd had a little too much at the inn. Euron pauses. And I guess he didn't like an Orlan talking back to him. I struck him, he came towards me and I hit him and he went over like a tree. I guess he struck his head on the way down. Euron lowers his gaze and shrugs helplessly. Turns out he was a knight. The Crucible Knights won't care how it happened. They just want me gone. They won't let me live long enough to see the rope. Please. He looks at you with a pleading expression. I just want to get out of this city. The second I can get money for passage, I won't trouble anyone again. I swear it. I'll live quietly. But you can't. Please, you can't tell them I'm here. I won't let the knights take you, but I can't just let you go free. Euron lowers his head. I had hoped to be out of the city by now. I guess I can't outrun what I've done. At least you're leaving me with my life. Oh, Aloth has a level up.
Light, flame,
When did that happen?
We'll keep to ourselves.
I'm here.
I shall be discreet.
Alright, that's done. Let's go say hello to whatever's down these stairs, shall we? Oh, and Ida has a level up. Alright, fuck it. I'll do these level ups first, and then we'll continue on. The one has covered by turns for a few weapons. Blunderbuss, club, pistol, saber, and stiletto type. Oh, I can make him immune to frightened and terrified. Yep, I'll make him fearless. Alright, let's see here. Put his lore up. I'll give him. Which is location of the caster, leaving a shockwave between them that stuns or caught in the line of fire. Gives the caster up to 3 free third or lower from the target's wizard. Wizard can select caster spells and limit number of times for the duration. Black sphere that draws one of my enemies toward it each time it pulses. Oh, can inflict crushing. Oh, do mean that is concussive missiles. Fires 5 missiles with pure force at the target, causing a shockwave of crushing damage to foes close to the impact. Nice. And we'll also do flame shield. Yeah.
Yes?
Alright, we'll save that.
Your aim.
In a fire, burst of flame adding burn damage to the next attacks. Oh, there's no AI script on this one. Aggressive, defensive. Oh, also use per abilities rest. Use per rest abilities.
Just get... I don't suppose we can rest as well.
Paladin's able to heal with a touch of his or her hands, recovering a certain amount of endurance with a paladin or an ally within range. Frightened.
It's no use!
Yeah, my monk and my fighter are now pretty fucking beastly. And the other two are leveled up. Very nice.
I'd be glad to.
So we'll get these level ups done. 10. Huh. Ten every 3 levels after 1. Live in flight. Continue such forces to fly straight through the first target and hit another target behind it for less damage.
I'm here.
Oh yes, Paladin needs to level up and all. Let's see. Spies or allies in the vicinity when the Paladin downs an enemy, providing a temporary bonus to all defenses. Commands an ally to summon all their strength in order to temporarily ignore existing hostile effects. Zealous charge. Marks an enemy as the focus of the Paladin's Watch Fury, granting accuracy and damage bonus. Deprive the unworthy. The Paladin temporarily snuffs out all active beneficial effects on a single foe. The effects resume once deprived the unworthy ends. 23 seconds is its duration. Ages of Loyalty. Confused, charmed, or dominated characters with severe accuracy penalties when attacking the Paladin. Additionally, the Paladin's attacks against such characters do minimal damage and always end the effect. Okay. Large spiked endurance, some of which is lost after a short duration. Checking find the ally with an accuracy bonus. Fills Paladin and his or her allies with unshakable confidence, increasing their damage reduction and converting a portion of incoming hits to grazes. Do Zealous endurance.
I'm here.
Get wrecked, son.
Perhaps a little rest is in order.
Yes?
Nope, still don't have that.
Quietly now.
Oh, hello.
Nice and quiet.
Alright, so this. I so come up here and explore this tiny bit here, and then yeah, well, head deeper in, I guess. Having now explored the catacombs of Copper Lane, well, the first level anyway. I'm gonna have to grab the two-hander off of Kana and give it to the Pally. I don't know if I have any other good two-handed weapons. As far as melee goes.
I'm here.
Woof. In front of you looms the ghostly hollow image of the man who was present at your awakening. He casts a pale, sickly light in the dank corridor as he regards you.
You are from Kraytun, my boy.
His words are an echo in your mind from a time long past, and you know your response before you speak it, as if it has always been. You came to live there years ago.
A remarkable city. Truly one of the most impressive we have encountered outside of our own. Many exceptional people who have joined our
Alright, Shelly, thank you for the lurk. Very much appreciated.
What made you decide
I
to
hope you're
join our
well.
order?
I'm honestly not sure.
As long as you are assured of your faith, the rest is not so important. Are you ready to take the oath? To spread the word of the gods to the lost and heathen?
I am. The mercenary eyes you warily as you approach, his weapon readied. What are you doing here? You don't look like one of that masked lot. What's going on here? Since you don't know, you clearly don't belong here. The guard whistles sharply and you hear shouts of alarm in the distance.
I could use a wee kip.
Yep, so could you all. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Ooh, 2 times. He'll take those. And the stash will take everything else. First tome, nothing new. Second tome, nothing new. Okay, slightly disappointed.
Yes? Certainly. Yes?
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves. See now what the flame has shown us?
Ah, yes, that Kraken ore.
Lava beyond sea.
And Bishti Bashti. Bashti, and what are you? Fine rod. It's got a protection and some money and whatever. Yep,
once.
okay, not bad.
Slow and silent.
Not bad, not bad.
I'm on the trail.
Just being careful of traps. The last thing I need is to be caught up in traps. I have a bad habit of running into those things. So I'm just being extra cautious. Aloth falters and brings a hand to his forehead. He takes a staggering step forward, coughing and sputtering.
Back you, Claude! Those hooded fiends are nigh to be trusted!
Aloth, hey now, that's not the best time for that. He grimaces, catching his breath. It's nothing, I'm fine. He coughs again. This probably isn't the best place to linger anyhow.
Slow and silent.
Stand together!
Yeah, fucking mage. Crumpled at your feet lies the body of a woman. She wears a dark robe that bears an insignia resembling a key. As you approach the woman's body, feelings of rage assault you. The dead woman's voice howls in your ears, and her lingering consciousness rends at yours. Her essence tingles through your bones and membranes. It fills the spaces between your ears and behind your eyes, clawing deeper into your core. Hang on, guys. Give me just a second. Just one memento. You see a gathering of men and women wearing robes like hers, their faces hidden behind masks. One by one they approach her, whom they know as an acolyte, and she places her hand on each of their foreheads, searching their thoughts. She tests them with ritualistic questions, and they answer that their oath is sealed by the leaden key. She asks them of their tasks. She gives them new ones, all without a word. Try to see the tasks. Her essence flares, fighting to boil your blood, burn your memory, and splinter your bones from within. Yet between its strikes, you see flashes of something else. A tower, a prisoner, and a ruin. You funnel all of your concentration into a single effort of will, a sharp point that pins the raging soul in place like an insect in a display case. With the thing under control, you're able to examine it and the three thoughts swirling inside. Examine the thought about the tower. You see a palimpsest of a neighborhood. Run-down estates are cobbled around a cemetery and an ancient tower. Savage shapes prowl the streets, and in the tower, a man hunches over a strange mechanism. You can't see him clearly, but there's something unnatural about him. Somewhere nearby, you see a woman with a scar over her heart. You understand that she has something he needs. You also see a door in the base of the tower, a seemingly impenetrable slab of stone and copper. But then the acolyte reveals the invisible split between the perfectly matched halves, and you understand how the copper veins convert a command into action. You know how to open the door. Inquire about the prisoner. In your mind, you see a building, magnificent with trellises and tiles, and located on a pristine boulevard. The wealthy and learned stroll in and out, trading knowledge and coin. It also houses misery and madness. Somewhere within its rotten core sits a man, his hair matted but his eyes alert. He watches and waits, a prisoner by choice. Look into the ruins. The acolyte's vision takes you out of Defiance Bay into a town in the wilderness with a watermill. A signpost on one of the paths reads Deerford. Several figures huddled together, shrouded in cloaks and hoods. An image of ruins suddenly looms in your mind. Two skeletal effigies flank a cleft in a mountainside. Alright, back away. Alright. I'll give you the tome as is normal, but there's nothing to learn from it apparently. Everything else in here. The Man Who Waits. New quest. Lead key. Okay.
I'm here. At once.
What?
Talk of Defiance. Defiance and concentration plus 10.
Margren's fire casts light in dark places.
Devotees have placed assorted keys, their teeth filed away among the funnels of wax. Let's go pull this lever, shall we? Save though before I do.
I'm here.
Right, so that leads out. But I have pretty much explored everything else. There's just this bit over here that I've not touched. And I might as well, you know, complete the exploration of the map.
See now what the flame has shown us?
Okay.
What? You don't want what I have, Watcher. Some flames spread easier than others. That's settled.
Okay.
I'm here.
You think you hear the faint sound of whispering coming from the skulls, but the words are
Absolutely.
unintelligible. Unintelligible? Unintelligible. There we go. Yep. I thought I'd got that wrong. Alright, now let's we'll head up these stairs. Okay, let's see what we have next. The steward of Caed Nua has received a letter for you.
A moment, please.
You fought for the
I
dear
feel
wood
I
in the
should
Saints'
explain
War?
myself. We better grab a couple pints before you get me going on that one.
No complaints here.
About my episode in the catacombs. There's something I should have told you earlier.
So tell me now. He clasped his hands together, slowly massaging a knuckle with his thumb. I meant no harm. I thought I could keep it to myself. That when we resolved the matter of your soul, we would also address my problem.
I also have an awakened soul. But unlike yours, mine is a presence that shares my senses and my skin, making herself manifest at the most unwelcome times.
He closes his eyes and grits his teeth. His lips quiver and twitch with vestiges of some internal debate. Several seconds later, he opens his eyes again. They're watery and bloodshot.
I'm sorry. I've tried to learn to control Isilmir. I've gotten stronger, but so has she.
Why didn't you say something sooner?
I learned to keep her a secret a very long time ago. Those with awakened souls are shunned, mistrusted. And after your experience with Meowald, I'm certain you can see why. You need to be careful.
Tell me about Isilmir.
Artless, uncouth, a creature of rash impulses and feeble faculties. She wags her impertinent tongue when she should listen. Aye, this one's fit to boil. Hard to get this gaff over anything tisn't to do with books and spell speak.
He grimaces, running his hands through his hair. I have none of her memories. Bereth spared me that much, but her coarse manners and intolerable hill-speak suggest a provincial from a very, very long time ago. She tends to surface a hair's breadth from conflict when the fuse is burned down and teeth are on edge. And when she shows up, she doesn't stop to gauge a situation, she just acts. She seems reckless. That's it exactly. You recall the way she goaded those villagers in Gilded Vale? She doesn't think, and she doesn't back down. And trying to suppress that has been my problem for years. Is this going to be a problem?
Merely an annoyance. Although...
He lowers his voice and clasps... Oh shit. And clasps his hand. Hands behind his back. Minute twitches and spasms along his arms betray his fidgeting.
Defiance Bay is said to have an entire institution dedicated to the study and cure of soul-related ailments. Since our journeys have already brought us to the city, perhaps we could speak with someone there.
If it's helpful to you, well, go.
Thank you. This has been a great burden.
Let's talk about something else. How may I be of service? I'd like to know more about Eisenmere. When did she awaken? My father was a strict man. He expected the best from his only child, and he didn't tolerate failure. His face becomes drawn. At times, he could be rather adamant, particularly when he'd been drinking. Eisenmere manifested on one such occasion. To be honest, I don't remember the specifics, only that he was more careful with me after that. You said that you'd learned to hide her a long time ago. My mother instructed me to keep her a secret after she first emerged. She feared that knowledge of my awakening would render me an outcast. Even though Eisenmere proved useful against my father, I trusted my mother's advice, and I've since come to see the wisdom behind it. Merewald is an extreme example, but one that I can relate to more and more each year. Can I talk to her directly? He gives you a taut frown. Her usurpations are uncomfortable enough. I'm not eager to invite her into my consciousness more than necessary. Let's discuss something else. Indeed. That's all?
Yes?
Let's see. So, the Animanters. So I guess a sanitarium would be the best bet for this. They would be the best person to go to for soul advice. Aside from myself being a watcher. So, I believe they're not in Ondra's Gift. They are in... If they're not here, then they've got to be in Bracken... No, Copper Lane? No, Brackenberry. Brackenberry it is. Brackenberry. Alright, let's see. Yep, sanitarium.
Hail and well met.
Ah, the Watcher. What brings you here? You may have a member of the Leaden Key in your midst. Ethelmoa groans, and the stone around him shudders. I could have done without hearing that today. Many have their intrusions been into our affairs. Of course, one can seldom be certain whether they've meddled or whether calamity has struck on its own. But a few of their less skilled infiltrators have been exposed from time to time. They are a perpetual nuisance. Once again, I am reminded of how envious I am of your gifts. I suspect they would be of some use in verifying one's identity. You are at odds with the Leaden Key as well, I take it. They have something I need. I hope it isn't knowledge you seek. They are seldom keen to part with it. Do you have some idea of who this person might be? It would be unwise to consider anyone above suspicion. Very well, in that case, I would recommend you speak first with our resident Animancers. They have frequent interaction with both patients and colleagues. You'll find them up here or in their offices downstairs. You will report anything suspicious to me immediately. This is my only request. Okay. Does anyone here know anything about awakenings? There's an animonster on the lower floor who came all the way from everywhere to study them. Or reviewer? I don't know. Take the stairs down and look for Beliseg. Beliseg? Beliseg? I don't know. There's a lot I don't know apparently today. As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this woman's soul. Voices from its past seem to call out to you. Reach out. You sense a strange divide in this woman's soul, an unnatural boundary between two opposed wills. You see the woman pause in by a roadside to hand something to the driver of a stopped wagon. These herbs should help with his party's sickness, she tells him. He can find more along the road, easy to spot with their serrated leaves. But avoid the ones with the green berries, it's a different species. Toxic. He thanks her and offers her a coin, but she waves him off, explaining that she is merely doing what her order asks of her. He nods and she heads off down the road as he begins to hungrily consume the herb. You see the woman searching alongside the road now, the wagon just up the path, and you realise you have skipped backward in her memory. She sets eyes on a plant with serrated leaves and green berries. She picks several handfuls, tearing the berries off one by one and tossing them to the ground. She nudges them off the path into the brush quickly with her boot without looking down, as if to hide them from her own sight, before striding back toward the wagon, hands outstretched. What a bitch! She murdered that poor wagon driver. Ordmer.
Good day, stranger.
Have you come to sit in? Sorry, I'll read this bit. A bald man with a crooked nose gestures in demonstration over the still body of a patient before a small gathering of interested onlookers. Feeling your gaze, he pauses his discussion. Has anything unusual or suspicious been happening around here? He shakes his head. Definitely not up here. We can't be scaring off visitors and potential clients, you know. His voice becomes quiet. Downstairs is where the more esoteric research is done. I check with the animancers there. So I need to go downstairs. Both to find the infiltrator and to talk about awakenings with someone. Well, this is who I was looking for the awakenings.
Hello.
A woman paces back and forth, her feet crunching on the soft red carpet. She gestures and mumbles to herself, shaking her head as she pores over pages of notes. She almost walks into you. Ekusi, well, here I am, looking so hard for answers in my research that I do not see the kith standing in front of me. What can I do? I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. She laughs bitterly. That would be me, though the lack of research subjects has made me more of an expert in counting floorboards. I would like to transfer Animati's success in buttressing pre-awakened souls to soothing those whose souls have already awakened. But I need subjects. Most of the patients here are too broken to produce reliable results. It is a tragedy to have come so far for nothing. You're in luck. I have a volunteer. She springs to the balls of her feet, beaming. Gellard, who is it? Aloth's lips curl into a frown. I don't know about this. She grins more broadly still. Don't be silly. The process is perfectly harmless. All you must do is stand in that cage. I beg your pardon. I jest. Your ideas are so uptight. I do not even know what the thing is used for. It belonged to the last occupant of this office, I think. Now they upgrade him to a cell. Again, I jest. She rubs her hands together, getting down to business. So I need you to sit here. She takes Aloth by the shoulders and steers him to the couch. And try to relax, but don't try too hard. Then you will not be relaxing. Indeed. His eyes are humorless. And you must also wear these. A little cold, but the copper will help conduct your essence. The Animancer fastens thick copper bands to Aloth's forehead and wrists. As she ratchets them tighter, his face twitches with suppressed irritation. Now I will examine your soul through my scope. She reaches into her desk and produces a long, chambered tube. Knobs, dials, and small toothed wheels run along the side of the device. It is fitted with Adra lenses, cut to different thicknesses and concavities. Or concavities, depending on your preference. By manipulating them, I find the angles and densities that will allow me to track the anomalies in your soul. Does this mean we'll get to talk to Islamir more? I like that lady. She raises a finger. But first, we must find this cunning interloper. You will answer some personal questions while I make adjustments. Tagani pats his arm. Don't worry, I'm sure we won't hear any of it. Aloth squirms on the couch. Very well. She holds the scope to her eye and flicks a knob. To begin, tell me something personal. Something from a time before your awakening. There's nothing to tell. I was just a normal child living in the Sithwood. He looks to you. His face is set in a frown, but the rigid edges of apprehension show through nevertheless. What do you remember about your home? As you speak to Aloth, you feel your voice like a bell in your chest. It tolls softly, luring him into the mists of his own memory. Belisek doesn't seem to notice anything, but you feel as if your words are smoothing his essence, untangling its many threads. He closes his eyes. Comfortable, modest, quiet when mother is away, which is most of the time, quiet enough to hear the clink of glass on wood. This is when I know to be most careful. Father is good about hiding the bottles. Mother, when she is home, is good at pretending not to notice them. This is good. I am starting to see something. Continue. Tell us about the time you awakened. She bites her tongue as she twists one of the dials. I'm in my 5th year of training. Mother is home. I can let my guard down a little because when she is around, he's usually only angry with her. But he has heard that I have had trouble casting missiles, that my flame shields are unstable. He is furious that I have failed, and Mother's presence reminds him that he has failed too. The first blow takes me by surprise. One moment I am sweeping the kitchen, the next I am sprawled on the ground, stupidly looking at flecks of my blood on the tile. His boots, glistening with fresh polish, thud across the floor. He kicks me in the stomach, and I curl up to shield my vitals, but it's pointless. Protecting one thing only leaves something else exposed. Still huddled on the ground, I retreat as fast as I can, retreating until the vision of the kitchen and my own trembling knees is nothing but a pinprick against a field of black. His jaw locks and his eyes twitch beneath their lids. Medico? I was going to say Medico. No, Medico? I don't fucking know. Belisek furiously cranks the knobs along her scope. He's hypnotized himself with his old memory. You've got to bring him out of it. Quickly, I almost have it. Squeeze Adolf's hand. Adolf's eyes snap open, but the expression you see in them isn't his. He's near safe when I hap upon him. Belisek sucks a deep breath through her teeth. That's it! I'm seeing a shift in his essence. Something spreading and congealing. She glances at you over her scope. Keep talking, he seems to respond to you. What brought you here? Creaking bones and voices high in ire. That warm molasses feeling that crips down your gut when your crisis is nigh. That's different. Blefeto, we have flares of a totally distinct essence. She jots shorthand notes onto the pages next to her and turns one clicking knob of her scope. I try to get the two of them talking. Islamir, tell Aloth why you've awakened. Fie, he's the one needed me, hiding in his own bone bag like a turtle in its shell. Aloth's face twists in fury. I never turned it over to you. Good, yes, very good. She rests from her scribbling only to make another adjustment to her scope. I can now see two separate patterns of essence. Where he ebbs, the other flows. It's as if the awakened soul fills the spaces that he leaves empty. She prompts you with a circling of her wrist, quill still in hand. Go on. Islamir, what exactly are you taking from him? Nigh more than I'm giving. You should ask what I did that old man of his. How the last time he laid a hand upon us, I break it in 3 places. Aloth's head jerks to the side. That wasn't your decision. It's never been your decision. I was awakening, but now I'm stuck with ye, and damned if I let your Ninian drag us both through the scupper even. Ah, very good. She lowers her scope and consults her notes. I think I finally got something we can work with. I've tracked Islam's essence throughout the exchange. She had a particularly high density index during the most heated portions of their argument, and her essence seems to localize most clearly in the lower portion of the subject's left ribcage. That's right around the spleen, which of course means that she is triggered by black bile. No doubt the subject's characteristic melancholy is to blame. Aloth blinks at you, and in the midst of his perturbation, you're not quite sure who's looking out of his eyes. That's utter horseshit. How gracious. She glares at him. Yes, never mind my years of training. I suppose you have a better explanation? You're close. I think Islam's appearances are related to potential sources of trouble for Aloth. Berserk carefully scratches her jaw, her gaze darting between you and Aloth. I suppose that could be true. She jots another note. I'll have to check this against other research. He removes the copper bands. Well and good for you, but what does this mean for me? Berserk frowns at her notes, tapping her cheek with a quill and making a grand show of concentration. However, you catch her stealing a glance at you over the pages. She did you a favour by dealing with your father, didn't she? I think she's trying to help you stand up for yourself. You may not like her methods, but you should hear her out. If you had to listen to her half as much as I do, you wouldn't say that. He scowls, but you notice something thoughtful in his frown. I've got a lot to process. Regardless, thank you for your help, Drogotin. He does not look at Belisek. She sets her notes on her desk and returns to her scope. Well, I hope this has been as useful to you as it has been to me. I finally have material worth publishing. You will be the toast of Revelworth, Fentra Aloth. His grimace melts into a crooked smile. Advancing the right-wise principles of animancy. Just what you've always wanted. As you turn to leave, you catch a darting movement out of the corner of your eye. Berserk is humming to herself, still occupied with her scope, but Aloth is holding her notes. He's just about to tuck them into his cloak when he catches you watching. He holds a finger to his lips, his eyes wide and imploring. Please, I don't want my personal information published like this, especially not after her nonsense. No, you get your explanation and she gets her research. That was the deal. He slides the papers back onto the desk, giving you a rueful look. I'm nigh gonna help ye explain this one, scholar boy.
I'm here.
Right, so that's Aloth's part of the quest done. Oh, looks like I have something in here. The unworn path added. Path. Jesus Christ, Drow. The unworn path. Path. You know English, right? Alright, let's see here. Patchwork boots, average item. Among the kind wayfarers, in the event that a member of the Order dies of natural causes, it is customary for the paladin to request burial in a dangerous place that is difficult to reach. In fulfilling their lost comrade's request, the other kind wayfarers forge new paths that others may more easily follow. When the elder paladin Adrian Delphar died, his brothers and sisters set out for Red Flower Lake in a remote eastern part of Redcerus, but they never reached their destination. With so few kind wayfarers left in that part of the Eastern Reach, the Order has reached out for assistance in recovering their comrades and helping see them to their resting place. I will assign the grieving mother.
I'm here.
Modred. An Animancer scribbles feverishly on a parchment scroll as his free hand dances through the air, counting off unseen objects. His lips move in silent discourse. As your shadow falls over his scroll, he looks up at you with mingled perplexity and irritation.
How do you do?
Can I help you? He forces a polite smile. Has anything unusual been happening around here? You must be joking, this is a sanitarium. Nothing is usual down here. He pauses. Although, now that I think of it, the patients seem more agitated lately. But they're Cayman Azlo's responsibility, not mine. What are you working on? My area of focus is witches. More specifically, how to cure them. I see. Good. He looks eager to finish his work. Oh, checking around. Azo. Note from Ezo. Ripley, I require more copper tubing for my next experiment. Do not requisition it from the sanitarium stores. I don't have the time to deal with the head warden's inevitable questions.
I'm here.
Oh, I need to go talk to the statue guy and ask him about Azo. Azo? 2 Z would be Azo.
Gods keep you.
Have you learned anything of interest? Maybe. Is Cademan Azo running experiments on the patients here? Experiments? Hang on, guys. Sorry. Cademan Azo is in charge of patient welfare now. He's not authorized to run any more experiments. I am disappointed in Cademan. I'd hoped he would be the one to guide your inquiry. He'll be in his office or in the patient wards. I am granting you immediate access so you can find him. No doubt you'll wish to speak to him further on this matter, and I for one am curious as to what he might have to say. Tread carefully in the wards. There are a few dangerous cases. I would ask also that you do your best not to agitate the patients. They have enough troubles as it is. Okay? I actually really enjoy this quest line. It's pretty interesting. I like how some of the quests are like overlapping or interconnect, like Aloth's issue was here along with there already being an issue here for me to deal with. So that was pretty interesting. The head warden says you can go in. Be careful in there. Alright. This way. Something tells me I'm going to be fighting these flesh constructs.
Nice and quiet.
Nothing hidden in here.
I'm on the trail. I'm on the trail.
Quietly now.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
I'll take a look.
A round-faced, balding man turns to face you. His upper lip is pulled up slightly by his pointed nose, exposing his upper teeth when he scowls.
What is the meaning of this?
Ethel Noah told me you're not supposed to be doing any more experiments. Yes, well, Ethel Noah hasn't done much good for anybody since he had his soul moved to an inanimate object. So I fail to see why I should let that sway me. If Animancers all followed the commands of their leaders, where would we be? We'd all be as backward and willfully ignorant as Viserys. We would know nothing about life or death or even ourselves. We would be lost in the dark with no clue as to why. Animancers must push the boundaries of knowledge, but you must be careful, Azo. Even Defiance Bay isn't as safe for research as it once was. It seems to me we're still in the dark.
Is that a reason to stop trying? Shall we remain in the dark until the end of time and have the last breath of the last person alive be breathed in ignorance? The gods want us to know. The clues are all around us. In understanding these truths, we honor their creation. Who will solve Widewen's legacy? Some church? Some warrior? It will be an Animancer, or it will be no one at all.
Have you tried your experiments on any other subjects? I have, yes. No point in lying about it now that Ethelmer is involved. I asked for volunteers from our patients and a few brave souls came forward. I was very close at one time to a breakthrough. They understood that. They understood their sacrifices would mean something. I need to know if you've seen any unusual behaviour out of your patients. You're going to get a lot of looks asking questions like that in a sanitarium for the unbalanced. In truth, I've spent little time treating them since I have been reduced in my capacities. You might have luck with some of our more functional patients. They tend to congregate in the main area, just past the entrance to the patient's ward. I heard you were demoted. How did it happen? Azo's nostrils flare and he bares his upper teeth more broadly. That's none of your concern. Did one of the others put you up to this? Ordmer, that smug weasel. Things went wrong. Everything I don't know how. I'll never know. He spits on the floor as if to remove a bit of taste from his mouth. I'm I'm looking for an expert on awakenings. Farewell. Interview patients. Let's see if I can pick these locks without pissing them off.
I can do that. That's settled.
It would seem I can.
I can do that.
One lockpick.
That's settled.
Ooh, a unique mace. Very nice. Can't complain about those finds at all. A curved spine twists this woman's posture forward. Her greasy hair draped over her large eyes like vines. She smiles at you. You must be visiting someone. Then noting your appearance, she adds, a friendly visit, I hope. What do you know about this Animancer, Ezo? Oh, I like him very much. Many Animancers could care less about their patients. Look at us like vermin for their experiments, but Master Ezo treats us like humans, even the very sick. You can tell he does this to help people. He's helped me understand a great deal about myself, and I know he's done the same for others. It's too bad what they did to him. He hides it well, but I know he's still affected by it. What happened to Ezo? Farrell's eyes dart back and forth, and her voice lowers to just above a whisper. They don't like to talk about it, but there was an accident. He was said to be one of the brightest in Deerwood. That was his reputation here, and that was what brought me to seek treatment. People say it was ego that drove him to try and solve the legacy, but that's hogwash. Even if he was a bit of a showman, he loves his homeland. He thought he could help. He wasn't one to speak of his work, suspected his colleagues might have tried to steal it, but he told me once that he had figured out a way to create a soul. Not a soul exactly, mind you. How did he put it? A proxy, I think he called it. Had some machine that drew energy out of the very ether. Can you imagine? The point is, it was going to help with the legacy. It was going to make Hollowborn into something easier to love and care for. Gods know that's something we need. Do you know what they call those empty little babies in Ondra's gift? No, tell me. They call them boys, because so many of them are found floating face down in the water. These are mad times. Anyway, Master Ezo had scheduled a public demonstration of his work in Copper Lane. He was so excited. And then the next day he was locked in his office, turning away visitors, I heard. And he stopped seeing patients. I don't know exactly what happened, and I don't have the heart to ask him, but I'm glad they're letting him treat people again. Have any of the patients here been acting unusually? Well, there's Batixer, who relives a murder she committed more than 5 lifetimes ago. Idleman, who they say only has half a soul and who was found collecting the faces of others because he believed his own to be a false one. Graham, he speaks in a language no one understands and wails at night sometimes. Different from their normal behaviour, I mean. Well, yes, I suppose, but nothing they didn't volunteer for. Master Ezo let us know that a number of patients in the North Ward had volunteered for a new therapy and would be escorted to his laboratory to receive treatment. The North Ward has our most troubled cases. I'm glad some of them have chosen to get help. It seems to me it's gotten quieter over there since it started. It's Graham I see them taking in the most. He struggles, but he always was a bit of a wild one. Would I be able to visit the North Ward? They like to keep them separate. I don't know that I've ever seen the guards allow a visitor. Just Master Ezo. You might ask him. He's very sympathetic. Alright.
What is it now?
I'd like access to the North Ward. Out of the question. Those patients are in isolation for a reason. Your forehead seems damp all of a sudden. Perhaps I should discuss your insubordination with the head warden.
You smug cretin. How dare you come down here and meddle? You have no idea the importance of my research.
He balls up his fists and digs his teeth into his index finger, a growl simmering beneath his breath and a deep scowl compressing his face.
Fine. Speak to them for all the good it'll do you. I'm sure the discussions will be fascinating.
I didn't want to name I didn't want to do the other option and name the patient that told me. I'm not really looking to get anyone into trouble. Okay, not here. Over here. Thundering sky, vein of blood, innocents must drown. Is this my face? Tell me. This man has the look in his eyes of a hunted animal, and at your approach he staggers backward to the far corner of his cell, halfway appearing as though he would climb the walls if it would get him farther away from you. He cries out, a bizarre primal utterance like nothing you have heard. I need to ask you some questions. Graham looks at you blankly. It is unclear whether he understands you or not, but his panic has momentarily subsided. He opens his mouth to speak, but the words that come out are half-formed, as though his tongue were cut out. They are impossible for you to discern, if indeed they are words at all. Aloth makes a noise of disgust. As Animantis did this to him, you can see what comes of their meddling. You're afraid. Do certain visitors make you afraid? He looks at you with uncertainty. Slowly, tentatively, he steps closer to the front of his cell, and as he does so, for the first time, you can perceive his soul within your ken. It is misshapen, as though maimed by some jagged instrument, and large expanses of it have been gouged out entirely. You feel no barriers of resistance. If you wanted to, you could look further into Graham's soul. I will peer into Graham's soul. You project out toward the main soul in front of you, merging with it, its confusion and fear becoming yours as it whisks you into its depths. You're in your cell, a key turns. The door creaks open on neglected hinges. Thoughts come to you in waves, incomplete, broken, fearful. Standing at the door is a rotund, balding man. His upper teeth and pointy nose remind you of a rat. He beckons, apologetic. You don't want to go. Anything else. In your mind is a single word, and the word is no. But it dissolves before it reaches your lips. You press against the back wall, cornered. You cry out. In darkness, you fight against unseen restraints. You cannot move your arms or legs. The man walks into the room carrying a lit candle, its meagre flame casting long shadows across books and machinery, straps behind your arms and legs. Cold metal circumscribes the crown of your head and the breadth of your chest. The man is sorry. He is in need of raw materials. They dismantled his work and he needs another source. He needs to show them he was right. He thanks you. Then he turns a knob and you feel yourself begin to crack from within, and you can feel pieces of you torn away, like having your insides chewed by a horde of rats, and you are screaming a scream you can barely hear. Continue searching. Another night, heavy footsteps outside your door, coming for you. You look through a slit in your door, the flesh giant, the artificial being just outside, facing left, facing the end of the hall. The boy there. The boy looks with interest at the giant, then collapses to the floor like a shed snakeskin. The giant convulses for a moment, then rights itself, turns away and leaves. Decouple from Graham's soul. Graham looks at you, still wide-eyed but somehow more present. He nods at you, then walks back to the end of his cell. A willowy adolescent boy stands in the centre of his cell, gawkish and stoop-shouldered. He stares straight ahead, the occasional blink his only movement, and it is unclear whether he registers your presence at all behind his glassy, dull-like eyes. In this state, the barriers between your soul and his are thin and porous, easily bypassed if you should wish it. Reach out for his soul. You close your eyes and edge forward toward the boy's soul, and as you near, a sudden malaise comes over you. You are cold and warm all at once, sweating and shivering and straining for breath, as you did on the caravan journey. The soul you approach is the wrong one, a parasitic plant that strangles its host. It is predatory and pitiless, and you have crossed paths with it before. Too late has it occurred to you to retract, and you already feel yourself plunging into some interminable abyss of thought and memory. You are standing in a cell now, the same cell in the sanitarium. The halls are moonlit and empty, and you are waiting. At the far end of the ward, the door opens, revealing a flesh golem in silhouette beneath a stone archway. It makes its usual rounds. The same stops every time, the misbegotten child of despondent creators. When the construct is close, you coil yourself up and spring forward, passing out of the boy's body as though it were a membrane. You can sense his body behind you collapsing to the floor, a puppet whose strings are cut. You are rushing toward the golem now, bodiless as a gust of wind. Quickly, you think to yourself, quickly, and you feel the strength hemorrhaging from your soul as you dart towards the makeshift abomination. You pass into the golem's shell and overtake the soul implanted within, encircling it, suppressing it, and contained in this new vessel you are strong again. You step heavy-footed down corridors unheeded by the other constructs and scrutinized only by the wary, untrustworthy eyes of the mad. Coming at last to an office piled with books and scribbled papers and the perverse implements of animality. You set your oversized hands upon a large machine, a nest of globes and tubes and coils in the centre of the room, and go to work, bending wires and unsettling alignments. Your surroundings are pulled past you, or perhaps you are pulled past them, and they dissolve into a blur. When they settle into place again, you are outside on a clear day, standing in front of a crowd stacked high above you on the tiered seats of an amphitheatre. You are acting for the crowd, standing deliberately still. But this is no play. A balded man with rodent-like features is strapping you to a machine, the one you had tampered with. You see your arms for the first time, short and fleshy, unmistakably those of a little girl. But this body is not truly yours. Your mind still holds the same determination, the same hard-heartedness as before. The body itself is cold and vacuous. Unlike the others, this one has no soul of its own. The man speaks, and the crowd applauds with an enthusiasm worthy of a hero's entrance. "Bear witness," he says, and he pulls a lever. The machine shivers and sparks, and a bead of sweat rolls down the side of the man's brow, but the crowd's apprehension quickly gives way to awe as the crystal globe fills with a radiant mist that casts the entire theatre aglow. He opens a valve, and the globe crawls through a tube along the length of a copper wiring that runs to a set of electrodes beneath your armpits. You feel nothing when it reaches you, as it should be, for you have been leading his work astray periodically for some time, altering notes and settings and playing puppeteer for Hollowborn, but you make it look how people would expect it to look when a body is infused with a soul. In a moment, the machine goes dark and the man unstraps you, eyeing you with a scientist's concern. He looks back up at the crowd. "Behold," he says, but there is obvious hesitation in his voice. Slowly, you take a plodding step forward, then another, and another. You look up at the man, giving him the eye contact of which no Hollowborn is capable, and the crowd gasps. The man looks relieved. "How do you feel?" he asks as a volume meant for the crowd, and this is the moment. At the top of your lungs, you let out a piercing shriek. The man comes towards you, his hands outstretched, but you run the other way, back to the machine. With all your strength, you drive your head into the crystal globe and it shatters, streaking your head with warm blood. You drive your head down onto the surface of the machine again and again, drawing panicked screams from the crowd. And by the time the man reaches you, your body has already ceased proper function and merely twitches on the cold ground. Satisfied, you depart the corpse in search of another unsuspecting host. Who could put their faith in animancy now? You are pulled again from your surroundings, transcending the boundaries of memories and lifetimes, deeper and deeper past betrayals and murders and lies upon lies that form the thick webbing of plots beyond mortal comprehension. You settle at last on a room you have seen before, expansive, with a tall device encased in an Aedra monolith at its centre. The room is filled with people, and the people all look at the device. You are yanked suddenly back to reality, and the once catatonic boy in the cell is looking directly at you, appraising, calculating. There is no mistaking now that it is the soul of the man who caused your awakening that gazes out from that borrowed husk. A watcher. I believe we share. You made me into a watcher. I need you to undo it. Is that so? He makes no effort to hide his disinterest, but he continues to search your eyes. He makes a slight grunting noise, and his eyes soften for an instant, and it seems for that moment that he recognizes you. He opens his mouth to speak, and then seems to think better of what he was about to say. His jaw tightens. I know your look. You hunger for answers that elude you. It gnaws at your soul. It usurps your reason for being. You are like everyone. I will help you let go. He dodges backward with startling grace, putting himself out of reach. On his face there is no malice, only the dispassion of a farmer putting down a sick animal. Then suddenly he slumps forward. Really? Well.
Stand together.
I'm here.
Well, that was unfortunate.
At once.
Eyes open.
I'll take a look.
Keeping an eye out.
I'm just searching these cells for any goodies.
Light, flame, and sound.
Laying low.
Probably nothing in here, but you never know.
Quietly now.
Keeping an eye out.
light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Well, guess I'll beat up all the fucking golems in this place. I also want to go talk to Azo. What have you done? You've been experimenting on patients against their wills, mangling their souls. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Azo's face strained with the colour it had. How could you possibly? Look, it had to be done. Ethelmoa and the others, they took everything from me. Everything when I was this close. I had to know where I failed and why. Imagine the value if I had succeeded. I had something that could make all those hollow infants into something like a real person. And with a few more patrons and a few years' research, who knows? No one has come that close with the legacy. It's why I have to continue. Why I have to risk everything here working in secret. It's why you have to lie to Ethelmoa for me. Tell him you've cleared me of all suspicion. Oh, I don't know. His heart's in the right place. I do believe he actually cares. I just don't agree with his methods. We'll see.
I trust that you'll do what's right for Deerwood. Don't hold everyone accountable for my mistakes.
It's not Drogothyn's judgment you should be worried about, but the mobs. They don't care much about good intentions. Really?
Hey. At once.
I'll see what I can find.
I guess we'll go this way.
Not a sound.
I'm getting out of here. It's not safe anymore. I mean, there's nothing in the basement now that's going to be a threat to anyone. I've killed everything. What the blazes happened down there? You were given permission to ask questions. Azo was being influenced by a patient, but that patient really wasn't himself at the time. You finish your explanation, and Ethelmer breaks his silence. I have read accounts of people in history who could do what you describe. The accounts are few and brief and never reliable. Some go as far as to suggest that they are all the same person. If truly such a person was here among us, plotting our ruin, would that I had a body again and could be of some real use in our time of need. I fear what the future may hold for this place. I am grateful you were able to dispatch the threat before there was loss of innocent life. We very nearly had another scandal on our hands. What of Azo? What part did his experiments play in this catastrophe? Azo was only trying to help the patient. The Leaden Key took advantage of him. I should have known better than to isolate him. Of course he would resort to deception. The wiser thing would be to allow his experiments, with close oversight, of course. A mind like his must be allowed a chance to create. So is that the quest done? What's this? Oh, okay. That's the letter that I need to go to Caed Nua to receive. I got the notification earlier, didn't I? I'm going to ignore that for now, though. I've got plenty of other shit to be getting on with. No. Undying heritage. Okay, that's enough of that.
Hello.
Beg your pardon, I have a message for you. You are summoned to Hadrit House where Lady Webb wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. Not much you can do in these parts without Lady Webb knowing about it, at least that's what I'd always heard. Guess it's true. How did you know where to find me? Well, it's Lady Webb. She knows everything. Very well. I will go meet this Lady Webb, and she will, I don't know, say stuff. As you near the apparition, you are overcome suddenly by a powerful anxiety that sits like a stone in your stomach. The feeling is not quite real, the recollection of an emotion rather than the emotion itself. It wrenches your insides, nevertheless. The apparition's brow is tensed, a look of concern plain across its face.
The other missionaries say you have been neglectful of your duties.
My mind has been elsewhere.
Oh? And what troubles you?
Pain in your stomach deepens, and you feel for a moment as though you are about to be sick. Your mouth has gone dry. Forgive me, Eminence, I wish to leave the order. The man folds his fingers together and presses them to his mouth, thoughtful.
You have been an apt student, and your convictions have inspired those around you. May I ask what has changed to make you feel this way?
The people we intended to convert. They committed unspeakable acts, sacrifices, mutilations. The apparition exhales slowly and its lips press together, a sympathetic rapport in its eyes. It places its hand on your shoulder.
These are the ways of the heathen world.
Surely the gods would do better to destroy us all and start anew.
Perhaps they would. It may come to that one day. This is why we must not fail. The heathens are beyond the gods' reach. They do not know better. We are tasked with delivering them to the gods, so that the gods may heal their souls.
Is such a thing possible?
I have seen it with my own eyes. You will see it too, if you choose to remain.
Fuck's sake. What?
Mum wanted me to let you know that all these are something waiting.
Right. Well, I am streaming. You know I stream every Saturday. It's a shame they can't fucking remember that. Anyway, I digress. Right, okay.
There is no greater calling than the one we have chosen. Neither words, nor wealth, nor battle will end this suffering. Only the gods. Will you give them that chance?
The knot in your stomach seems to loosen all at once, and the anxiety is replaced with something else entirely. Something warm and soothing, and it is something you know you can never repay. As the vision fades, you start to become cognizant of the many odd looks aimed in your direction. Your last response echoes in your mind. I will. Alright, I'm going to take a short break there, get some food after that last interruption, and yeah, I'll be back in a bit, folks. I'm just going to let the auto host take care of it this time. I'll pick someone to host at the end of my second part of the stream. But thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Shelly Shortlegs, for the lurk. And anyone else that may be here lurking or otherwise, thank you very much. It does mean a lot to me. And I hope you enjoy what you're seeing. Also to note, and I'll mention this at the end of the second part as well. I am exporting these to YouTube so I have like a more permanent archive rather than like the 14 days that shit stays around on Twitch. And I am putting them into a playlist in the order that I do them. So if you would like, and you say you can't catch my streams, you know, every time I stream, because I stream during the week randomly for this game, and every Saturday at least every Saturday, like I'm doing today, in 2 parts. But you know, they will be on YouTube. I haven't actually got a link right now on me. I do have a playlist started, but I will link it at the end of the next stream, which will probably be in a couple hours or so. But I'll tweet out again when I go live again, so just keep alive. Just keep an eye on my Twitter at DroughtArrow, no spaces or underscores or anything. And it has the same profile pic as my Twitch avatar pic thing, so easy to identify. Other than that, I'll catch you guys in a bit. Cheerio!